All right, looks like we are good to go. Oh, game doll. Let's do it. Let's do it. I might have played this. I'm thinking Sega 93, 94 here. With a dog. It's not Breath of Fire. It is Breath of Fire. So it's not Sega. It's Breath of Fire 2, and it was 94, but it was not Sega, it was Nintendo. Oh man. It's a good game. Breath of Fire is a good game. Alright. So, let's do what we were doing when we were doing what we're doing. Right, so this was just a beautiful hot mess that I didn't want, but I had it anyway. So what do I do about this thing? Do we like rewrite the entire backend for this thing? What a mess that would be. What a gorgeous mess that would be. Oh, hello. Okay, what you got for me? You know what? I'm being held accountable. Let me just go and fix something. I'm being held accountable for my actions here. Right, almost there. I just have to send a message. Oh, how fun it is. Yes, me. I am me. Oh, I got some notification. All right. Okay, so how do I make a new one? Yes. Okay, now I have to copy a message that someone wrote for me because I am terrible at this. Okay, let's send it. Okay, I just hope I send that to the right person. Otherwise, I am going to be confused. All right. Now, what do we do? Let's say hi to everyone first, right? Hello, Wacky. Hello, Crispy. Hello, Caleb. Hello, Abaddon. Hello, Octo. Hello, Gandalf. Right, that's everyone in the whole world. Thank you and good night. Okay. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're doing this instead. Hello. Hello. We're gonna do some programming. I think we're gonna change music though, because this is music to fall asleep to. Do we think maybe a little bit of chops? Give me something live. This maybe. Happy to hear that, Amadon. Okay, so we have this backend that is behaving backwardsly, bloody backend behaving badly. And I think maybe we can do something about it. I have merchandise. You know what? You know what I have? I have merch. I have a Patreon. I have donation thing set up. I just don't share it with anyone. Oh yeah. All right, let's see if we can work around that one. Let's see if we can work around that one maybe. Oh, that's funny. I have to set it up, Ramadan. The thing is, I set up this. I started building up this shop for merch for myself because I want to order new versions of the clothes that I have that are broken. So I don't have to make them myself. So I get them printed instead of vinyl cuts. So I am definitely gonna set it up. Definitely. Let's see. What are we doing here? Yeah, stream manager. That's what I need. I need to change. Can I just pop this open in a new window, please? And then we float this one. And let's go to settings, moderation, block terms and phrases. Look at this. 34 occurrences of this. So I don't know. Maybe we can do this. All right. Let's go to permitted terms. Okay. Try to do the bang viewers command now. See if that works now. There we go. So that one is allowed, but you just can't say viewers. Alright, I'm still in my workout gear, but have I been to the gym? No. But I did change the saw blade. I did do something, which is why it took me a while to get back. Okay. So should we fix the back end then? Because the back end is what needs to be done. We can either revert to the old back end or we can fix the new one. And I think we should try to fix the new one. But let's do one of my favorite things that I love to do when it comes to problem solving. And that is to work on the problem in isolation. No, I don't mean to go and sit in the corner and say, don't touch me. But rather, you know, work on the problem in an isolated project, right? So we're going to do cargo new. Hello. All right. Wow. He was fast. Okay. The message I sent have now been replied to. So I have to look at this thing. Damn you, accountability people. What are you saying? Okay. Wow. Well. Okay. All right. Let me send that message to someone else. All right. So we're going to do backend. Backend. There we go. And then I'm going to go in here. To my friendo here. I got a message today, so I am doing my thing next week, probably on Monday. Yay for accountability. And well done, mate. Okay, there we go. So me and a friend, we wanted to make some changes in our lives. So we said, okay, how about we hold each other accountable? So we do. And because it would have been very easy to ignore my friend and just continue to stream, I did what I should have done instead. But now we're back to this, so we're gonna get on with it, right? So let's make a new module here called back. And we make one here called end. No, that's not how this works. Back dot pubstruct backend. Is a new, not new. What language is this? All right, what language is this? Fool! All right, let's do an import block for this thing. Import backend new. There we go. All right, then that's supposed to have some curly brackets associated with it, and we're good to go. Use no. Put that back. Right. Use self backend. Right. We don't actually need the self part here. It's just something I'm in the habit of doing, self or create, because I never have to guess whether that's a third-party create or not. Hello, Skylar. What are you doing? All right. So we're gonna have ourselves a backend here. And we're gonna have some kind of like drawing thing. We could probably chuck a buffer in here as well, right? Let's do a buffer, and let's do a pub. We're gonna keep these two separate, all right? Let's put the backend here, and then we'll do a pubstruct buffer here. We'll do the same thing as we did for the other one, right? Now that's carriage return. Get out of there. And then we do buffer here. These act as visual bookmarks for me, right? Hello, Londo. I'm doing a live. All right. Sounds good. Which, by the way, my accountability coach, who's not an accountability coach, my friend, so this thing means that I might have to do something with my stream timings on Monday. I have to go and process a whole lot of things and deal with a bunch of people doing things I don't really want to do, but it has to be done. So that's going to happen on Monday. And if it happens during my streaming time, it's going to have to be happening before my streaming time. We are back in there. Hello, Tick. So what did we have previously in a buffer? We had the cells, which is going to be a vec of cell. No, it isn't. It's a box. There we go. No, we'll make a struct. All right. I'm not a boss. And then our buffer is we're gonna have a size. I think what we can do though, to save ourselves a little bit of the old grieferoo, we are going to cargo add path. There we go. All right. So I don't want to create all the beautiful things that we have to create if we're going to do this the boring way. So instead, we're going to have a size here. That's going to be a size object. We're just going to put this in from anathema geometry. There we go. A little partner in crime. You guys and your imagination. They know. Get me out. They know. Okay, so we had the change and so we had like the changeroo, okay? Changeroo. All right. Okay, you know what? Maybe not. Changes. Check. All right, we were all doing it. Changes. So let's have a new, which is a vec of usize and a second hand. All right, fine, old. There we go. Let's implement default for this thing. Let's import the buffer. We're gonna have a size here. Changes. So for this, what do we need? We need a cell, and we need a size width times size height. Yeah. Oh, into. Nice. I am looking to do a little bit of gaming. I got RetroArch to set up, and I think I might get Core Keeper. It depends, right? It depends on Danaka, right? If I play with him. If Temporus turns up. So the thing is, I'm up for gaming with you guys. If you guys ever want a game, I might be around. We have like the gaming channel, and I should probably be a little bit more open with my like gaming things if people want to join, right? Frostpunk 2, I thought it was out already, but there you go, right? Hello, Magnets. How you doing? So what do we do with this thing, right? We're gonna have a put function. It takes a mid reference resolve, and it's gonna take a character and a style. No, it takes a cell. But then, should we just use the cell from anathema then? Yes, there is one there. Resets, that's what you need. No, you can't be all private, Rue. Create a cell. An empty cell. I think we're gonna get rid of the options from the style as well. They don't work on Linux. Oh my god. How could you, Skylar? How could you? The betrayal. It's tangible. It's happening. Okay, so putting a cell. Let's print on the back end somehow. Let's have a pub. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna have ourselves a buffer here. And then here we're gonna have a buffer. And then here we're gonna say buffer new. Eep. Oh yeah, you need a size, don't you? Snappy. We'll do a 4x4. My brother started Satisfactory on Linux the other day. So that clearly works. Okay, now we're not going to do that. We're going to do none of that. Instead, we're going to impl display for backend. No, let's not have a backend. Let's have a output. That's what we need. Yeah, it requires a little bit of tinkering. Now, this thing is going to be a vec of cars. Like though. Actually, I don't think we're gonna have a display for this thing. Instead, we're gonna have a hub function display here, which will have to take a mutable reference there because we're going to clear this display. Actually, are we though? Sock, my question to you is, fuck are you talking about? Wait, that was the wrong sensor. What are you talking about, Sock? Timestamp modulo 60, okay, every 1 minute if you have 61 WTF, mate, 122 skip, 121. What? Are you asking about how the modulo function works? Sock, is that what you're asking? It's the remainder when you divide two values. I don't get how 2 modulo 60 not equal 0 doesn't work. I can't put this together. This is the AI trying to fool you? Yeah, get better AI. Or you know, not. Well, if you need help understanding the modulo operator, we can talk about that. The rest of your sentence is kind of incoherent, so I don't understand it. All right, so display. What do we do with display? Okay, so to display, we are just gonna do this for X, no, for Y in like that. Right, that should be fine. If you have %60 and %61, it will not be true for timestamps, even with 121. Not with 0, right? You can see this if we use Python as a calculator, right? If we do 5 modulo 5, that's 0. If we do 6 modulo 5, it's 1. 1 is the remainder, right? If you do 10 modulo 5, we're doing 0 again. You can divide 10 by 5 and you get no remainder. If you do 11, divide that by 5, you have 1 remainder, right? You can divide 10 and there's no leftovers. If you try to divide 11, there is a leftover. So it's not that you're trying to... It sounds almost like you're talking about is larger than rather than remainder of, right? So if I do 12 modulo 5, it's going to be 2, right? All the way up until we hit 5, but the remainder can only be 5 because we're dividing by 5, right? Yeah, 121 divided by 60. You can do 120 and divide that by 60, and that gives you 2. But if you try to divide 121, then you're going to have 2 point whatever. You're going to have 1 as a remainder, right? This is correct. Oh, Python has wonderful weirdness with everything, but to illustrate the point, this is correct. Are you looking for something like 121 is larger than 60? Right? Whereas 59 is not. 60 is not. Well, so we should probably do that then, right? But the moment you go over 60, it's gonna be... No, hang on. It's yes, this is what we're looking for, right? Is this what you're looking for? Then this is gonna return true. What kind of number are you looking for? That is correct. Do I need to tell whole if not remainder in all numbers? Oh, so... Man, you gotta formulate the sentence. I'm struggling here. Remainder will be 1 to 59 for 60. That is correct. Do I need to tell whole array if not remainder in all numbers? I'm sorry, Sock. I don't understand what that means. Could you try to rephrase the question, right? Maybe... No, you can just check if the remainder is larger than 0, right? You can say if... right, so if 60 is what we're doing the modulo on, right? So let me do... If the 60 modulo 60 is larger than 0, okay? But if I go to 59, it's going to be true. If I go to 121, it's going to be true. If I go to 120, it's going to be false, right? It's alright, Sock. As long as we get there, right? Communicating can be hard. Don't stress about it. Alright, so we're gonna draw this cell by cell now. So let's do the output as well by size. This is gonna be a little bit sketchy. Then we have to say that's new. We're gonna pass in the size. Here, we're gonna, since the size is a copy type, we can just do this. Yep. So when we write, we're gonna write to the output, and we just need a way to display the output. So in this case, we are going to print out a new line character. All right. So that's what we do after every cell. So we get the character at the index. Then we're gonna print out. But we don't want to print a new line, so we're just going to print out the character like that. So good, suck. So we print out every character, then we create a new line. So we should be able to print this as a grid now. So let's do a render function. Now we're gonna grab the code we wrote in here. You see, and said you can go to definition. You can. Hot damn. That's cool. Did you miss the game though? Oh, and it was such a good game too. So we're gonna do this, all right? Where's the buffer? No, I didn't do it in one try. Cells present in changes should be drawn. Cells present in previous changes, but not in changes, should be removed. Swap changes and previous changes. Clear changes. Right. So where does that leave us? That leaves us with a bunch of clear changes that don't exist. And then we're going to generate the same changes again. So that seems okay, right? That seems to be okay. So we can kind of follow what we did there. And let's do this over the course of some fake frames where we move a character across the screen, right? We're not going to worry about the style for now, although that seemed to be one of the issues that we actually have with this, right? So let's have a look at our own set. We need to know where we're putting this as well, right? So this is going to be a local position that we have to import there. We're just going to create an index here by taking the position X and position Y. You know what? We're just going to do two index and we're going to do self.size.width here, right? That's it. Now, we should do the check really to make sure that this is inside of the buffer that we can draw. So if position is larger than self.size, then we're going to return. And this doesn't work now. So I think we're actually going to go and implement this thing, which is a little bit funny. And now I'm going to sneeze. That was round one. I will start sneezing again. It's the same background, Ibradev, right? I just put a thing over it. Oh shit! Are we ready for round two? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, right. Come on. Oh my god. Oh, so much sneezing. Oh. Right. Oh, yeah, I don't want to sneeze anymore. For local position. Come on, man. All right, that might have been it. What are you talking about? Okay. I love sneezing. And by that, I mean I hate sneezing. Oh, this is weird, isn't it? Oh. Oh God. Okay. All right. I'm done. I have to blow my nose now. Oh, damn it. Okay. Yeah, I do. And so when I was younger, I used to sneeze 7 to 9 times consecutively. Now, for some reason, that has changed. So now I sneeze, and there's like a pause, and then I sneeze again a couple of times, and then there's a pause, and then I sneeze again. It's just ongoing, right? This is kind of bad. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do something else on here. Oh, let's just do the thing that we're gonna do here. Wrong symbol. My brain cells, come back. There we go. Exactly, right? I never played the Persona games, but people seem to be very excited about them. Okay, so we do the whole thing again where we're gonna get the existing cell and compare it to a new cell, and it's gonna be self.cells index, yes. If cell dot dirty, oh my god, then return, and then here self dot changes dot push index. Let's make that happen. Jeepers, how many? Okay, let's just do that then. Just get rid of that one. There we go. All right, so we're pretty much caught up with where we are now. So if self.changes is empty, then we're not going to do that one. We are going to say for index in self.changes.new. Okay. So we are going to go through all the indices here, dereference this thing, and we're going to get the cell, self.buffer, cells, index, and then we're going to have a mutable reference, cell.dirty is false. Do we say dirty or is dirty? We say dirty, okay. Whew. Let's have a look. Although I have nothing to be... You can't. So I don't think it's allergies because it's not like allergy season, is it? Apparently you got like 3 allergy seasons. You got like trees and stuff, and you got grass, and you got some other thing, right? But I think it's just dirty in here. Although I did clear this place out quite recently, so who knows? So we're gonna set this out to not be dirty. Not sure. Well, it's like yeah. No, I don't know. I don't take anything that has that effect on me. I'm way too concerned to take anything. I know people can get sleepy from antihistamines, and maybe that's what that is, right? All right, so we need to write this to the buffer. It is what it is. Okay, yeah. I think that's quite common to get sleepy from that. Now, we have a cell here. Let's go into main, and let's do frames here, right? So we're just gonna say that our frames is gonna be... I always forget that guy. We're gonna start off with a position. Somewhere, and then a cell. New. Just do an X. Is it position or local position? I think we want local position. Oh yeah, right. So let's do 1 1. So we have a 4x4 grid. So we're gonna do 1 1, 2 1. And then we change that to a Y, and then 3 1. And we change that to a Z, like that, right? So these are different frames. So we are not supposed to have the same content in like on a per frame basis, right? So why don't we just put a vec here, like this. There we go, right? And then, oh yeah. Then we remove these. Like that. So 8 frame contains lots of things. You can get very addicted to nasal spray if you take that stuff. Things like Otrivin and such. It's not like that I need my fix, but rather your nose stops working. Like you can't breathe without it. And of course, the more you use it, because it's a steroid, right? The more you use it, the worse it gets. I think it's a steroid. Anyway, so for framing frames, we're gonna frame the frames. Backend.put. And we're gonna have a position and a cell. I don't know if the backend has a put function, so we can make one. We're not going to return anything here. I made it backwards, didn't I? Wow, that must have been freaking scary though, right? Switch 2 rumors, nice, nice. I probably won't buy a Switch though. I think the Joy-Cons for the Switch was such bad quality that I got a bit burnt by it. I don't think I will give them money again. Oh man, that's gonna be fun though, Apollo. It's fun on a bun. Alright, cool beans. And then we do backend.display. Wait, how did you compile? This is wrong. So this is gonna be frame for in frame. Wrong cell. We need a style. Index out of bounds, yay! My favorite. Okay. Yeah, I had a big issue with my. Well, it wasn't big. I had some issues with my lungs when I was sick not long ago, and I could barely move without getting out of breath and stuff. That was a little bit concerning. That resolved itself though. Yeah, this isn't right, is it? Or is it? Oh my god, you... No, that's right. What? Oh, right. These are U16. There we go. Much better. Yeah, I haven't actually met anyone who had really bad COVID. Why is this empty? Oh yeah, that's why, because we haven't put anything in there. No, we have. We totes have. I'm in the wrong place, am I? No, I'm not. I'm in the right place. Okay, so let's see. Okay. You're just gonna go full on with that. Is there a bug in here? What? Oh, right. Yeah, we never did anything with this getting optimized away. That's why. Yeah, that's funny. Not for them, though. Really? I had it that bad? Yeah. The thing is, I had worse things than COVID. I think COVID is there. When it comes to COVID or the flu, I think I almost take COVID these days. I've been really sick with the flu, and I had like pneumonia as well at some point, which was super uncool. My fever was close to 41, so 40 point something. And I was like delirious and crap. Really uncool. Yeah, it's like COVID is still so new. We don't really know anything about COVID, other than that it's around and it's gonna be around now. Yay. Okay, so we have the index. We get the cell. Now we're gonna merge the cells. That's what we're gonna do, right? So we do cell.merge new cell, and I think that should give us something. Fiddlesticks. Stop pushing the wrong button, stupid hands. Okay. So let's go to render then. Wait, I never called render, did I? I did not. What a dummy. Backend.render. It still didn't work though. Oh yeah, because I never drew it. Yeah, that sucks, Caleb. I mean, that might have been why my lungs got so affected last time, right? All right, so let's reset the cell, and now we need to write the character from the cell into the output, right? So this means that it has been removed. So we're gonna write an empty character here. That's just gonna be a straight up continue. And this is the character in question. Blah. Yeah. Did you get like the isopod inhaler, or was this just you know, was it drop bear shark inhaler? What kind of inhaler did you have? All right, I'm kidding. All right, so self.output dot push. Okay, so we just have to write into this thing at a given position then. So we have to generate an index. We have an index. Like that. Type car can be in. Okay, right. Like that. There we go. X, XY, XYZ. Yeah. Now we're going to draw an empty space instead of, or like a hyphen maybe. So we can actually see this. Let's make it 5 by 4 instead, because that's going to look better. Actually, we can do 5 by 3. And then, and then we're going to print out a new line here. So we separate these frames, right? Okay, so this is the characters being rendered, and really it shouldn't be XYZ or XY, it should just be Y. So we need to make that happen now. The cringe part was wheezing, yeah. Not being able to... I had an inhaler after I got sick last, like a corticosteroid inhaler, that I had for a couple of days. Otherwise, I couldn't go back to the gym. My doctor's like, yeah, stop being a little, right? Just go to the gym. Take this inhaler and like go and work out. You little right? Okay, so we're now gone through this, and now we're gonna look through the changes, the old changes, right? And how do we do that? Yeah, it's something swap, right? Let's put a swap function here. Man, that was not even right. Even a little bit right. How's your sleep these days, Caleb? Right, with all the cybernetics. Swap is fine. Right, so we do a swap there. And now we have to do the comparison. So we say for index in buffer changes old drain. Yeah. Now, if the index, all right, so we have to match on this. We're going to do self.buffer.changes.new.binary search for the index. No. Memo Twitch, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? And how was your stream? I'm looking for the camera every now and then. Okay, so if we have an error, then we have a change. If we have this guy, then what are we gonna do? Nothing. We're gonna do nothing. Actually, yes, we are. We're gonna have a source here. And this is gonna be a reference to self.buffer.changes.new. So really, we're just gonna make a slice out of it, right? And here we're gonna update said slice. So source is now equal to right, we need this. Like that, right? So we are resetting this thing. Give me a slice, Woody. So we're always gonna do this, but on error, we are gonna have to do something. I think here's where we're gonna reset something on the display. So let's take the display and create a pub function reset, and then let's have a position. We don't seem to have a size on this thing. Well, that's rubbish. Let's reset a given index, maybe. Fiddlesticks. Can't find in. Oh, yeah. And here we're supposed to do an underscore. Hey, it's not an underscore. It's just a score. Okay, so that was not hard to do. Okay. So we're drawing every frame. Right? We're drawing every frame. So we recreate the buffer. And if we were to look how this behave now, okay, let's just do this. So we do something semi-naughty here. So we can get rid of all of these and just replace them with the letter P. So that's a lot shorter. And for the last one, so this should just create the same frame twice. And if we chuck this thing in there, right? Now we're combining these two frames. So far, so good, right? Let's see how efficient this is So for our first frame, when we call render, debug. There we go, right? So this changes should have one change in there because we're just changing that particular one, right? Okay, so that's kind of simple. We're gonna do another one though. Yep, that works fine too. I don't know what the problem is then. So we have the first set of changes. Reset the cell. Get a character. Write it. We're looking for all changes. There are no all changes. Do the swapperoo. Now we should have all changes. Yeah, we have one value there. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's good. So what do we have here? The old one, oh, we've taken the values out of there now, haven't we? That one has 6 and now we've, oh really? So we should probably do +1 here then to save us a little bit of the extra beanery. This is our first run. We have nothing in all changes. This is our second run. We should have something in new and old. Which means we've already drawn the character, so that's all good. So this should now be empty, please. Yes. And now we swap these around. So old is now gone, Burger. Or rather, all this was new is gone, right? Okay. So we display the second one. Okay, now I would like to get a little bit of the old style in there because I think that's one of the problems. So I think we can draw with this. I just don't think we can draw well. Okay. So let's not make a reset cell here. No, we can't do that. No, I think I would have liked it as well. It kind of looked interesting. And a part of me is a little bit interested in it. So we're going to have a foreground of red, and then we're going to draw this thing, and it should not be red. So we're going to change this to contain cells now. Actually, character and style. Okay. So this is going to be noisy. Can't do this. Can we do this maybe? Wow, that was super legible. I do like pixel art. So I played the captain, which I thought was pretty good, but I realized that I didn't actually want to come back to it. And I think this thing has something to do with the fact that I am not entirely convinced that you should mix too many aspects of a game. Compilation time's alright in this. So we're gonna sort of just go with color then, shall we? No. Right. Okay, so we're drawing reset on every character. We probably should add a space as well, because this is becoming a little bit hard to read. There we go. Well, good thing then, Caleb, because 2 minutes, then you can just quickly like Steam refund that game. Didn't work for me, bye, okay? Okay, hang on. All right, then, Rico. Now, I want you to think about this when you eat this. That 0 fat, right? It's basically a little bit of carb, a little bit of protein. All right? Now, get yourself an apple, grate it, chuck in some Greek yogurt, a little bit of honey, and a little bit of about 7 grams of honey, 7 grams of PB2, right? Maybe you're just not in the mood to play games, right? So I would chuck a banana in there instead of just frozen strawberry. I don't know how well strawberries goes, right? Sprinkle in some meth. That's why it's so Moorish, man, because you keep adding meth to your food. But yeah, if you add things like banana, fruits that are naturally sweet, frozen strawberries are naturally sour as foul, right? Will it though, Monokuma? Will it? No, not banana blueberries. Banana PB2 protein powder, okay? I would not mix the raspberries and the strawberries, right? They are quite sour, especially when they're frozen, right? Cantaloupe? Oh man, the snowball melon. It might just be that you're not really into gaming. You just open a game, but it's nothing you really want to play. Have you thought about trying to make a game, right? Even if you don't finish something, the act of starting to make it might give you some, you know, some chill. Game dev and chill, right? Okay, so we're resetting all the frames here. Well, that ain't right now, is it? Let's have a look at our renderer. This isn't right. Zelda Echoes? What now? What is this? Why haven't I heard of this? Ah. All right, let's have a look. Man, A Link to the Past is so good. The first one is really good, and Breath of the Wild is really good. I never played Wind Waker, but I kind of want to. It looks like they're using that remake they had on the Switch for the engine and the graphics and everything. Is following that. It's not the Minish Cap, is it? Which one what's the remake on Switch? Okay, where's Green Hat Man then? At least they didn't give us sideburns like Princess Peach, right? I have no idea, Vezio. I want to know that too. This is not that kind of stream, Bean Juice. But first of all, right? Well, that's clearly a lie. That's clearly a lie. These people don't know anything about Legend of Zelda, right? Where Zelda is the full... All right? You guys know the games where Zelda is the main protagonist. Those were some hot Zelda games, man. Whoever this child is making this review or whatever clearly don't know anything. Oh yeah, no, there's I will hear nothing bad about a Wand of Gamelon, right? For those of you who don't know, these are actually games where you play as Zelda. Let me just... These are legit released games by I don't... Is Nintendo the publisher of this? But I don't know if they are. But they had the rights to do it already. So yeah, these are legit games, not someone's Flash project. What were you doing with that hammer, man? That is not right. This is... We don't really recognize this as part of the games though, right? Do we? I mean, they're there, but... Man, Nintendo must be so stoked about these games, man. You killed me! Good. Then we can talk about mercy. Man, this is so quality games. But yeah, whoever this noob is talking about this, they don't know nothing, man. Oh man, that's really good. Some kind of like dungeons thing where you have to break out of a cell. That's such an original idea. You realize nothing, you pleb. You didn't need to play it at all, man. All right, let's hop forward a little bit. So this looks like a game I would enjoy at $25, $30. I'm gonna assume that this is gonna be $60 or $80. So I don't know if I'm gonna get this. Link to the Past is so good. A Link Between Worlds was also pretty good. Ah, shit, I was... hang on, what's the name of it? Link's Awakening, that's the one. So this looks like they're just building on top of Link's Awakening, which is not, it's not like a bad thing, right? But 42 on Amazon, okay. Okay. I never played it because they asked full price for it, and I'm it's a bit skeptical doing it. It's more like you never really know what Nintendo's gonna do, and that's not necessarily in like a good thing, right? It's more like, what are they doing now? Are they coming up with a great new game, or are they shutting down some kind of modding community? You never know what they're getting up to, right? Oh man, I think I need 2 days rest between sessions. All right. Exactly. You never know with Nintendo, right? It's like, oh man, I got something from Nintendo. Is it a game or a lawsuit? You never know. How exciting my life is. Oh man, I honestly, I can't really watch this, right? There's got to be someone else who's talking about this. Game overview. Okay, I'm not watching this. Anyway. Will never get good hair. I have no idea what that expression is. Yeah, it's IGN. The thing is, I know people like to make fun of IGN, but I don't really care or know anything about IGN, so I don't really have any skin in that race, right? Oh yeah, I followed Valorant for a bit. I even played it, but it's been a long time since I did that or even looked at it, so I have no idea where they're at these days. With everything. Yeah, Valorant's a pretty impressive adventure. Okay, so we're missing colors. No, we're not. I need to change this to red. Nope, we're still missing colors. Let's follow this trail then. All right, this is just proxy in there. What do we have here? What do we have here? Foreground. Reset. Let's also reset. Wait, why am I getting reset colors for both of these? Oh, that's background, you pleb. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a voxel engine, right? So it's going to look pretty much like Minecraft. Cube World. Yeah, I've heard people refer to it as Cube World. Never heard of Troll before. All right, so we're clearly going to have to add some padding to this thing, because otherwise it's going to look too bad. Is this where we add the padding? No. All right, fine. I don't remember that. FMD. All right, well, good thing Rust knows what I need, not what I ask for. That is, where's padding? No, get padding. All right. Colon less than 5. Is it because we have the question mark in there? What? Referring to an argument by the dollar syntax does not affect the next argument. Do we skip the question mark? No. Yeah, it seems about right. All right, so if we do larger than 5, it doesn't seem to have an impact though, right? Just chuck a big number in there. It's nothing. Would that work here? Yeah. And that should make the space on the other side. Yeah. Is it because we have a question mark in there? Yeah, it is. Oh, how annoying is that? How annoying is that? How you doing, Scott? Have you had yourself a recipe? I think some of the best. I really liked the look of Breath of the Wild. I also think Wind Waker looked pretty good for what they had to work with. A Link to the Past is amazing. Good work. Okay. Alignment might not be implemented by some types. In particular, it's not generally implemented for the debug trait. A good way to ensure padding is applied to format your input, then pad this resulting string to obtain your output. Oh, so they want that. Okay, that's kind of shit. But who am I to argue? There we go. There we go. Yeah, so this is just a print. We're printing 2 frames here. And we're changing from red to reset. This is correct. I don't know why the rendering is wrong. Good work, Small Knight. What a flex. I didn't even go to the gym today. I changed my saw blade. That's all I've done today. You only have a 10 kilo bar. Sorry, I got a solid burn. Oh, no. Isn't the bar roughly 20 kilo? Yeah, I think the bar is 20 kilo. And then 200 grams for a chocolate bar, which I can lift. Yeah, I forget that there's 20 kilos on the bar. So I always feel like I can only lift 1 gram. I think it's quite standard that the bar is 20 kilos, but I don't know, right? Is this an Olympic one? Most gyms is the competition standard. The standard female bar is 35 pounds. Training bars weigh 22 pounds. Specialty bars can vary from 35 to 55 pounds. Yeah. My gym has 30 bars and 1 female bar. Okay, I gotta ask, what's a female bar? Maybe I should add weightlifting to this before we search. Are they just shorter? Mythical woman's bar. It is a real type of barbell, but unless you compete in one specific strength boat, you probably have some misconceptions about exactly what it is and why it exists. It's a shrinked and pink. Is it a shrinked and pink bullshit bar? I mean, who would assume that? Or is it a necessary piece of equipment for all women? No, it's neither of those. Here's the real story. Normal bars aren't men's bars. The barbell you most commonly find in gyms is 20 kilos and about 7 foot long. Has a handle about 1 inch thick. The exact size varies from model. It's commonly called the Olympic bar, right? But it matches powerlifting, blah, blah, blah. Women's bar is for Olympic weightlifting. Snatch and clean jerk in this sport or men's women's divisions. Men's bar in the same family as general purpose barbell described, 20 kilos, center portion is 28 millimeters, so just over 1 inch. Women's bar, including the late 90s, slightly smaller, it's 15 kilos instead of 20, and length is 6773. Okay, so slightly shorter, center position of only 25 mil. All right. So that's the difference, right? I'm gonna get my ruler out and just walk around the gym and go like, oh, woman's bar. Let's see. Hello, Wire, how you doing? Should I ask AI? I don't have to. Don't forget to turn safe search off. Yeah. How much does a preacher bar weigh? I don't think preacher bar has any. Maybe that'll put you around 10 kilos, right? Oh shit, that also explains. Oh my god, I'm so thick. I like, how come I can do so much more weight with dumbbells than I can do with the bar? And I look at how much weight I put on, and I forget that the bar isn't weightless. I'm pretty stupid. Lat pull down with reverse grip. I do close grip lat pull downs, right? That one is really good. Well, you have the lat pull down, and then you have the close grip pull down in the reverse order. They're all pretty good. But I do reverse close grip, which hits the bicep more. Yeah. Yes. Oh god, yes. Lifting doesn't make you stupid. I'd say anyone who's really like nuked their muscles at the gym know the feeling of being stupid from that. So that's one stage where you're stupid. And then for people who compete, they are in like bodybuilding, they're generally quite stupid on the days they're competing, because they're like everything from chemicals to lack of water, and they're basically shedding as much weight as possible as well, right? This is just crazy. Reverse close grip is good too. My forearms always burn. Yeah, I actually don't get a lot of anything in my forearms. Sometimes I will do a reverse curl, but I'm very careful with my any kind of forearm workout. Anything that rolls onto your digits is just a no for me. Yeah, I had a day where I hit my hams pretty hard, and then that was unpleasant to walk upstairs, right? Yeah, you get rhabdosis. Is that what it's called? Rhabdo? Yeah, you're gonna feel pretty stupid doing that, right? All right, but this is a programming stream, not a fancy look how fit I am stream, because I'm not. But whatever, nerd. Let's just move on. So there's so much talk about this thing, right? I've heard people say that you should never do behind the head, but I also heard lots of people saying it's perfectly safe to do behind the head as long as it doesn't cause you any pain. So I would go with that. Anything that doesn't cause you pain is fine to do, right? Leg extension is probably one of the exercises I hate the most after squats. Okay, so this looks fine to me. I don't know what the problem is. Okay, let's throw some backgrounds in there then. Okay, then we're gonna chuck the foreground in there as well then. Alright, now we just have to walk this way. We're gonna try to get rid of the options for the colors. Okay. Red, green. Reset, reset. It's working. Why is this working? Why is it freaking working for? All right, I'm going to grab a drink of water while this is working. And then we're going to come back and make it not work. Well, the thing is, it works here, but it doesn't work in the back end, which means I'm doing something else that is dumb. And I don't want to do something else that is dumb. Okay. So what do we do here then? So if we draw something else there, let's draw two things here. Right? So we're drawing two here. What are you on about, you rubbish? Yeah, I think so, Waru. Which has its own complexities. Why is this thing freaking out? All right. No, not right. Yeah. That is a new level of stupid that I managed to do there. I have no idea how we got there, but we did. There we are. Oh, shit. Yes, I broke it. Damn, also. Let's go, shotgun. Okay, so we've lost a cell now, for better or for worse. Hmm. Huh. Now, I have made a mistake. Somehow. Click it a ticket. And quiet in the back seat. No shouting. And not eating in the car. You finish your ice cream before we get in the car, okay? No, we don't have ice cream. We do. And it's all mine. Okay, no ice cream. So, bruh. If we just do this, it should go back to working. Yes, okay, great. So this is wrong. It was that little +1 that was the culprit. Yeah. Okay, so this works. Now what? So this is resetting the style and everything. This should be fine. And we should have a lot smaller changes now. Okay. I think we're good, no? That's pretty good, Bulov. Did you know, Bulov, that Bulov never got back to me? So now I'm going to shun them until Christmas. I think we have what we need, but this is very similar to what is already there, which makes me think that it's the act of updating the style. Maybe we don't need to update the style then. Like, why would we have remove? Oh, yeah, because we want to wipe the thing between frames, but we don't have to. We don't have to clear the screen between updates, do we? So this one I don't like. I think we're gonna try to get rid of this thing. So we break a lot now. I'm good, Bill. Okay. So we're gonna include the cell attributes here. Oh, Angel. My goodness. Thank you so much, Angel. How you doing? How you been? Yeah. How's the networking coming along? That's the last we spoke. That was like 2,000 years ago. How you doing? What a surprise. How's it going? Look at all that. Thank you so much, Angel. How you been? Nice, Angel. Nice. How are you done with the... Yeah? You must have come pretty far in your Rust journey by now. That's so cool. It's nice to see you again. Oh, we need to be able to update attributes. That's why. All right, Scott, good luck. Oh, that's super cool, Scott. Sorry, Angel. People have the same color in my brain, just swaps. That's super cool, Angel. That doesn't send eBPF and low-level kernel networking. Really? So did you do anything with like user space networking? I know Cat Peasant has been streaming that. Okay, so we kind of have to have the set attribute, otherwise we can't. Otherwise, how can we draw the container? So we have to be able to merge this. Okay, I see what I've done wrong and what I need to change. Okay, so we have to be able to update the cell. Oh, man. Oh, you know what we could do? We could just call put on the cell. We can take it out, update the style, and put it back in again. That could work. So what's your next thing to do now, Angel? Where are you guys taking it? It must have been, I mean, it was so long. It must have been like, I don't know exactly what it is that you guys are doing, but you must have made some pretty impressive progress with it. Now, Angel, if you're gonna build any kind of terminal user interface for this project of yours, right? You have to speak to me now, okay? I got you covered. Okay. So we're gonna get a cell, and we're gonna do cell. We're gonna merge the cell.style, right? With this style here. And then we're gonna do a self.put cell at a position. It turns out I was really not that great at using the thing I built, right? Like, I'm not a very good designer. Plin, plin, plan. Okay. Haven't you heard, Space Nerd? You can do UIs in the terminal now. Oh, I see, Ibrahim. I got you. I got you. Okay, so should we do this without going through the frames then? We manually smush this out. Isn't this Hollow Knight? Isn't this Hollow Knight? Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, so I'm guessing it's not Hollow Knight then. When are you streaming next, Londo? I haven't seen you about for a hot minute. Okay, so we have now rendered X and Y red and green. Then we're gonna update the style. When you're up to it, that seems legit. Ah! This is broken. Yeah, this is some old playlist. Game chops. Okay, we've lost one. Actually, we haven't lost one. We need to do this. We need to replay this, and then we're gonna update the style. Yes! We haven't lost one. It is not, Space Nerd. I am not capable of caring for living things. I don't get it. This is working. I must be doing something else wrong. I must be doing something else wrong. What am I doing wrong? It's working here. What's the difference? I did, Space Nerd. Okay, let's do the equivalent of that in here, right? So we're gonna have some text and we're gonna say hello. And we're gonna run this. This is gonna output hello. Everything is fine. Now we are going to set the foreground here to red. Again, everything will be fine. Everything is fine. Oh man, I just realized that we're running this at 3 frames per second. Okay. I might not be that patient. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, now if I wrap this in a container with a background, I know where it's going wrong. Shit, it's not breaking. Hello, Igorsek. How you doing? It's not breaking. It's a terminal canvas. So it will be based on what your terminal says. And my terminal says nothing. 122 by 52. I don't know. We already have hex, and there's nothing harmful with having it. So I don't know why. Why is this working? Why is it working? Okay, let's do this. Foreground reset. This should have no impact. And it does. Ah, I see you. I see you, Sneak. Right, look at this now. Oh, damn it. There we go. Yeah, that thing was a mistake. If you're looking at the one I wrote, that was a mistake. Unless you've written one as well, which I assume is not a mistake, but a bit hectic. So this, when we reset a value, how do I replicate what I just did? I add 2 cells and I remove 1 cell. That's what we'll do. So this would be to remove Y for the next one. So this is frame 1. That's frame 2. And here we only draw this guy. Damn it, it works here. Interesting. So there's some aspects of anathema that I'm not talking about because I'm trying to not let that influence. So I left the door open for some expansions to anathema, and I'm trying not to close those doors. It's all right, Wiry. I think we need our own definition of colors, but I don't know what we're gonna do with that yet. Man, it's dicey, but yum. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that one, Waru. That one is dicey. So we do want to do a style update on P2 and reset that at the end of this thing. So that one's reset. There must be something I'm doing different with the drawing. Right, I'm just gonna copy this code now and throw it in here. Blah. All right, so we're just gonna say super here. So these are changes. And here is drawing. We need to have the cursor move first, obviously. Oh, wait, is that why? Is it my reset function that's wrong? It is. Wait, is that it? Hang on to your sockets. Oh yeah, just delete everything, shall we? I think I see what the issue tissue is here. We are just gonna bring this back in again. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Thank you. No, select the whole block, please. Did I forget the result? Yes. And I think this is the problem. Where do we write this thing? So we get the cell, but we never reset the style, do we? So cell is equal to cell.reset then, right? We don't need that. But that's not right. Ghost monitor. Are you not using X-Render or anything like that? Maybe we should just have a write for the cell. Like that. I think this is what we should do. Whoops. We can't delete, so we have to do that. What? What? What are you talking about? This doesn't return anything, does it? Okay, whatever, nerd. Let's just fix this now. So we're gonna write the cell. So we don't have to deal... Well, that can still do a continue. Because we are not gonna do anything with that. So then we can say... Alright, we'll come back to that one. And then here, we don't do that. We just create a reset cell. And then we do a cell.write. Okay. Now, if we change it to reset, it works. Yes. Maybe this complex BS. Yeah, it's not quite working though, is it? I did, because there is an render as well, without the X. I used X render up until recently. Then I just got bored and configured everything in my XO config instead for my monitors. First of all, this is not italic. But that's not here nor there. The second one seemed to be. Why did I do this? Flipping canvas object, right? Let's have a canvas widget. You fool. We should never have had a canvas widget. Why is it missing out the first character? Oh my god. Come on. Let's save some frames, shall we? Let's improve the performance, shall we? This is doing the right thing. All right, let's replicate this thing. Okay, so foreground black, background magenta. That is producing nothing. Actually, why don't we just look at it? Oh, but I rewrote the update cell code, didn't I? Are you serious? Damn it, that was not it. I was mildly excited, thinking, yeah, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it. We get the cell, we merge the style, we put the cell. This is short, sweet, should have worked. You Rust. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at the put function. All right. We're just making sure that this thing is there. We get the index. Then we're going to get the cell. We're going to merge the cell. With the new cell. Then if it's dirty, we set it to yes. Okay, then. Oh. Oh, man, what a delightfully frustrating situation. Okay, so how do we replicate this? We start with A, throw a B in there, get rid of the B. Okay, cool. So it's not resetting the style. Okay, so why is that happening? It's not resetting the style. So that means that the diff code is probably shit. I don't know if we're gonna have this remove. Remove doesn't do anything for now. All right, let's look at the render codes side by side. If changes are empty, all right, let's take that out and see if that's the culprit. Wow, okay, thank you. But that's on me, okay? I should have known that resize wasn't gonna work. Okay, so that was it. Okay. No, that was not it. Red herring. Okay. So we start off by just going through the changes. We don't do any checks before that up here. No, we do not. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Thank you. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna grab this code here. We need the flush though. And then we're gonna comment out this bit. And let's make this work. Changes new. That's gonna be previous changes. What does output reset do? It writes a character and a reset style. So we're just gonna get a reset cell. We need to move to this position though. Yeah, we don't have any cursor moves, which is a little bit rubbish. But all right, we're gonna add some flickering. I'm okay with the flickering. That's because we're doing some unoptimized bullshit here. Probably don't need to do that. I can just do that, right? Right, there's no buffer swap. We have to implement that ourselves. We need a size. And there. There. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's completely broken. Yeah, that did not fix anything. Okay. I don't know. I'll come back to that one. Do index for indexes. No, you could not do that. Sorry, Beaches. Reading that. No, you could not do that. Not sure, Danaka. Okay, so doing 2 is fine. It's when we throw 3 in there that it stops being fine when we reset. Okay, so we can do that here. We only do 2, but let's do a third one then. No need to update the style. Why aren't you breaking like you're supposed to? Why aren't you breaking? Ah, shit, my brain's getting in my way. So this should draw 2 resets. Yeah. And I think I know how we can test this. We can test this by... Definitely, Lexi. How should we test this? It's never too late to do that. Okay. Right. So we have done our first one now. Let's go through both render stages. So the first render stage is just going to draw 3, 2, 3. A second render stage. Actually, I don't think this is the same as doing that. This one should do nothing now. This is the second render stage. We are drawing only 1 cell. Yes. And here we should have 2. No, we have 3. But the first one is found, so we don't deal with that one. The second one is found. And to reset index 7 and reset index 8, swap the buffers. Then all the... You know what we could do? We could run this at a very low frame rate, although that's not gonna help. Why don't we draw a third frame that is the same as the second frame? That works quite well. All right, let's do some updates then. Can we do that? With string? Freaking cell attributes are in the wrong place. Tricked me. Good, it did. Dump it down here. Right, that's the right... Whoops, that's the right function. Do we have anything that returns self? We'll make a new one here. Right. We hard code some colors in here. All right. We just need something to work with. Okay, so we're not doing that manually. Oh, fudge. It's still looking right. Come on, man. Why is this working? This... Why is this working? Terrible. I don't know what Twitter Tech Police would do, though. So this is behaving like you would expect it to behave. I have no idea why it's not behaving like this when we give it a different backend. I can only imagine that it's because of the reset calls. But we copied the reset calls to be the same, where we create a reset cell that has an empty character and reset, and we write that. I don't get it. How come it is so bogged? So we have to sort the changes. But that is not the problem. Okay, then we're gonna have to debug this thing, and that's gonna be incredibly frustrating. Wait, how are there changes in here? No, get to the other panel, please. My goodness. So previous changes shouldn't they be empty? Yeah, the first one is empty. How come they're not empty here then? We have one change there. That makes sense. Okay, that is empty. And that has one in it. So that is right. I misread the whole thing. Unsurprisingly. There is no changes there. We're gonna swap these around now. Now they're swapped. Okay, here we go. Put that one there. Let's render. Now, previous changes should contain 3 cells. And it does. This one should contain 1 cell. And it does. That's the 2 resets that we've done. Swap the changes around. So there's now 1 in each, right? No, that one has been drained, so that one's empty. The old one has 1 in it, and we're gonna update that one again, right? Okay, let's do this thing then. No, I don't want mark. I want break. This contains 1 cell that is on the change. We're still on frame 1. Let's alter the frames so we're gonna have a different output for frame 2. Yeah, I feel the same at this point. Why are you? So nothing there. Now we should look at our previous changes. Should now contain 1 cell. That's the first A that we wrote. The new changes should contain 3 cells. Those are the 3 ABC that we wrote. So we know that this thing is fine. We're going to write out the 3 changes. They are okay. All right, and then we get here. That just contains 0. That's never going to be done anything with. And now we're back to having 1 change in our buffer changes. That is correct. And 3 buffer changes in the previous changes. That is also correct. So it is writing the reset for these things that are not working. Right? We wrote the A there. The first change that we have now is going to be index 0. We're not going to do anything with that. That's what's inside these changes. That's index 0. So this one, we'll just update the offset so we don't search through there again. Second change. This one, on the other hand, is no more. The offset's going to start from 1 next time. We're going to have a position of x1, y0. Correct. We're going to move the cursor position to xy. Then we create a reset cell that we are writing. This is a blank character. And the style should just be reset. Color is reset. Reset. No bit flags. Cool. We write that output for the first one. Now we get to the second one. This should be x2, y0. And we're writing a reset there. Fudge. We swap the buffers around. Flush the output. Why is that there? Why are you there, you hairy monkey? Why is that there? Can we inspect this queue before we... No, not record a macro. Before we flush it? Okay, so it just doesn't flush it. That's the only difference, maybe. There's nothing wrong with what we're writing. I don't get it. We're writing a reset to this character. Why is it not resetting it? This is just painful. Here's our first one. We're gonna draw. Actually, we're not ready for the first one yet. We were ready for the first one. Here we're drawing our first character. And we're gonna draw this at 0, 0. We have no changes to do here. Swap the buffers, flush the output, everything's fine. And then we're gonna add the B and the C there. Come around to this thing. We now have 3 characters. You know the drill. Changes contains 3 cells. Why does it not contain 3 cells? There are 3 cells. All right, here's our 3 changes that we're gonna write. And while we're writing those 3, we can put this back. We're gonna write nothing else. So we're now on to 1, and we're now on to 2. Move the cursor. Write the reset. There's nothing in here. All right. We have one input here. We have three resets. So we're writing this thing. Can't see what this is now. No. This is going to be X1. So we move the cursor here and then we write the reset. Surely this does not matter. If this matters, I'm going to be livid. And here's the second one. Swap it, flush it. I am going a little bit crazy here. We're doing exactly what we're supposed to do. Is this not how cross-term works? No. No, absolutely not. You incredible ghoul. You fucking troll. You absolute troll. You absolute goblin. You fucking Gargamel. What the fiddlesticks? That cannot be the reason. That cannot be the reason. This has to be a fluke. Oh my god. Okay. This is taking us one step closer, but oh my god. What a freakish troll. Look at this troll code here. Okay, let me show you what happens if we go and reset the style in a different order. Where's the reset function now? If we write the style after we write the cell, look how this behaves now. And then it leaves this fucking background color there. If we move the style to before we write that, and it works. What a complete little goblin. That is just so out there. Yeah. We'll see. Set foreground, set background. So we have to write the style before we write the cell. What does print styles content look like? Can we just get back to cross term? Or can we get to the documentation from here, maybe? Yeah, we could probably do an optimization around this, but I'm not gonna jump onto that one just yet. I gotta make sure that I'm doing the right thing now. So we must only do writes from here. So style writing should become a private function. Well, okay, so we just happen to write the style here. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna do a cell.write. You have to queue it yourself, but yeah, we're treating every cell as its individual thing, so it's a little bit difficult to say. Well, I mean, we can. We just have to look at all the cells. So we kind of have to grab all the cells with the same style and then generate the print content for that from a position, and that's all. It's not difficult, but it's more work. This is so shit though. Okay. But this still doesn't fix the other issue with the borders. So why is it not resetting this one now? Yeah, I think we can reduce the color commands, right? But we even have a line iterator, so we can technically just iterate over the lines and then scan while it's the same color and then create the prints from there. But again, that's going to be more involved. But this is not updating the background. So let's debug, shall we? Yeah, all right, thank you. Let's do some debuggery. Okay, we're gonna start with a first frame. And this is gonna draw the border. And then we're gonna get rid of the border. And then we're gonna put the border back in again. So now we're getting rid of the border. And now we're adding the border back in again. So this one should have a change of 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? No, that's 120. That is 9. Counting, it's hard. So this is a change set of 9, whereas the old change set should be that of 1. Yes. So this one. So we're not writing the style for this cell. Oh, you know what? We might have bad style for this, actually. Yeah, that's a corner. Foreground is black. Background is reset. No, background is magenta. Wow. Okay. Well, then it's doing what we're telling it to do. So technically, if we say foreground reset and background reset here, we should be good. Yeah. But don't nobody want to write that. Damn, that's a lot of writing. So the border drawing is not sending the reset colors. It should do. But it's not. It just sends the character. Okay, so whenever we draw to a cell, whenever we call put car, okay, here is a fundamental one. We can draw things on top. Okay, so I can at least explain the problem here. We can draw cells on top of each other, right? And if I don't provide a style, it should reuse the style, right? But in this case, I have actually removed the old character that was there. But the buffer doesn't know this. The buffer just looks at the character and leaves the style alone. See, we're getting the style, and it's gonna get the old style that was there. Because we don't wipe the buffer in between. That's why. Because we don't wipe the buffer between frames. If we would do that, we would be fine. Well, they do. It's just a leftover style from a previous frame. But because we don't clear the screen between frames, it's additive, right? We draw a background, and then we say, next frame, we say, okay, now I want to draw like a corner. We don't say it on the same frame, we say it on the next frame. But we've already drawn the background, And there was nothing that said, okay, remove the background now. So we in the past, we would have cleared the buffer in between. So technically, what we should do is clear the changes from the buffer when we're done. So every character we paint, we also have to clear it. That will still be faster than the diffing. I think I'm like a rambling madman. I don't think I make any sense whatsoever. But just so all these changes from our buffer needs to be reset in the buffer. So once we have done this, we should now reset the character that is there because we've already drawn that. So what this should result in really is a cells take index like that. Now I don't think take exists. No, there is no take, but we kind of want to take it. What if we did this? Now we just have to add a default to a cell. So if we implement defaults here, now this will compile. We don't have to do that because we take the cell. So now we just have to set up the cell here. Like this. There you go. We take the cells that we draw and then we take them out of the buffer. So we don't draw the previous frame's cells. Man, up until that style order thing, that really did my head in. Everything else was fine. How's it going, Noctu? Oh my glorb. All right, let's try to update the template while it's running. All right, now for the heavier test. Will there be leftover border here? No. Thank you, Rebel. I sent you a PM, by the way. I sent you a PM yelling at you. We can't, Dottie. We can't really. Although, we kind of can. I will try it now. Let's go to junk. All right. Oh crap, I made this private. Is this the old hat? Yes, okay. So old hat have to make use of the new renderer though, right? So we're not diffing the buffer. We don't have two buffers. We just have new buffer. Okay, let's see how this actually works now. I think everything's baked into the buffer. Yeah. So this is, we don't need changes there. It's baked into the buffer. We don't have the renderer now, but that's okay. I'm a little bit worried that we're gonna see nothing again because we have the optimization happening. All right, let's do a release build. Okay, that did nothing. Oh yeah, I did an early return up here, didn't I? E1 Star, how you doing? Yeah, we just finished implementing a new render backend for the terminal library the text user interface library that we're working on for a while. And now we're gonna look at some what are we gonna look at now? Some simplistics here. I think we can get rid of this stuff. Okay, here we go. All right, so these render times are the same as yesterday. This is for the not the new version. So let's leave that over there. Let's bring in the old hat now. And let's run this in debug mode. Wait, what? Okay, we're seeing 20 nanoseconds, which again means that the CPU has just gone no up that one, right? They're not instructions. The insert cost is very low, but the insert cost is very low here as well. So that's good. Insert cost is fine, but so old hat is actually new hat now. Yeah, okay. So we don't look at the render code here, which is what we had here, I think. No, we're just doing 3 buffer puts here. The only reason backend uses state is that it uses hex, but I think we can safely move hex into the backend, as it is also technically a backend styling internal. I don't know where hex is used. You can probably leave hex where it is and make a dedicated color type instead, I'm thinking. Okay. We have 3 inserts here. And down here, we have 1 insert. No, we don't. Man, this is really confusing. We do 3 inserts here. We do 2 inserts here, but we only time 1 insert. So, okay, that's not relevant. It's almost like the color would benefit from living in something like anathema geometry, right? Which has no dependencies, but maybe color should be a state though, Wairu. Especially since state is such a loosey-goosey term here. State basically means something accessible in the template, right? Oh, excuse me. Wow, it's going to be really hard to look at this thing, right? So what does draw changes do? So we do this Q print here. So then I would have to well, we certainly know that we can't print the style before the rest of the cell, right? So in this case, really it should be cell.write. then we don't do this or that. So we just call cell right. All right, let's get the Neo hat in again. .9 milliseconds, and in release mode, which is the more relevant one, 1.2 milliseconds. I really don't think there's gonna be a difference now. I think this is where we are, right? This doesn't do the correct thing, but we should be able to pass in changes now, right? Draw changes. So we need the implov right here. Where's the buffer? All right, so what is standard out in this thing? Okay, let's go to old hat. All right, we'll just make that then. And then there's no cells in the buffer. What would that be? Does the buffer not have cells? Well, it's not buffer, right? It's gonna be new buffer. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's like the best thing to do. So we can have colors on state. Whether you use hex colors or string colors, it doesn't really matter. It matters for the terminal, but it doesn't matter to the end user, right? I can make an active choice whether I want to support 16 colors or more. So that's at least getting us somewhere with it. Hello, Questis. Yeah. Okay, so changes are private. That's probably achievable through function calls. Bold people. Well, I mean. Okay. Wow, that's really bad. But I don't think this is correct. This is like insanely slow, but it shouldn't be. I think we're looking at something that is just outright wrong here. Because this happens 1.4 milliseconds. This is 240 milliseconds. Like, nah, ain't right. Alright, so we have to do a little bit of a side-by-side comparison here with Neo main and old hat. We create the buffer the same way. We're gonna fill this up with A. Alright, we don't really care about that. There we go. In it, do this thing. We don't really care about how much time it takes to initialize this thing. All right, well, we'll print it out anyway then. Yeah, this one doesn't do anything in particular that we care about. And then we're just gonna go down and do the for loop here. We're tracking total changes there. That's not relevant. Put into the buffer. And then we do the actual tracking of the time here and here. Actually, we do it for this one, but it doesn't really matter. It's the same code. And then we sort and draw the changes. And then for some reason, we calculate that. Nah, that can't be true. I can't accept that premise. Man. Hello, Temporis. How you doing, buddy? I don't like this benchmark. I don't think it's not a benchmark. There's something odd with this. Let's do a flame graph. There's something very strange with where we're spending time here. All right. Yeah, we're spending time in cell right. There is no cell right happening for the other one. So where do we call cell right? Here. Wait, what? Oh, can you find that? I mean, I can look it up myself, right? How you doing, Skylar? We do render to standard out though. We never render to standard in what standard error, I mean. Adorbs. I've been using the terminal for most of my day-to-day things for a while. I started to believe that the terminal is the future after seeing the recent development in terminal user experience with tools like Cellage and GPU-powered terminals such as Alacrity, Western, Rio. When this huge potential is combined with a robust system programming language such as Rust, the result is oftentimes a very smooth. Nice. This is oftentimes a very smooth terminal and development experience with things blah blah blah. That is most likely why I was drawn to building terminal user interfaces. Applications with Rust in the first place came on. This in Anathema is one H stack, then a V stack. No, it's one H stack, and then a V stack and this thing, and then an H stack, and then this thing, and then this thing. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4. This whole few lines to display this, to describe this in Anathema. I almost want to take this and try to write an Anathema front end for it, But we're not going to do that. Tables all the way down. Oh no, I didn't want to close that down. I wanted to go back to the article. How the limits of a simple things as a terminal can be pushed to build applications, which gets you addicted to using terminals even more. A couple of years later, I'm one of the maintainers of Router 2, which is a Rust. Okay, they're one of the maintainers of Router 2. They're not going to be interested in anathema in that case. They have their own thing. Why is that fast instead of? Okay, now let's take a step back and try to understand the question first. We need to grasp some concept about Unix before everything. Unix operating system brought many blah 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 standard. Okay, these are the file descriptors, right? Here's an oversimplified example demonstrating these streams. These IO streams are typically attached to the user's terminal via TUI, which can be described as an interface that enables access to the terminal. As you might have heard multiple times, everything is a file. According to Unix philosophy, this means that IO streams could also be a file. This is in fact true. Yeah, you can open these. You can open 0, 1, and 2 using as a file, like using a file descriptor in Rust. Hello, Nick. I have no idea who Carl Urban is. But I realize I need to shave, man. It's getting long and weird again. If you realize the file descriptor of these abstract files are the same as the initial is given above. So if there are files, would you be able to read them? No. It's because they're not real files. They're just file descriptors linked to TTY and PTY. You totally can open these as files in the Linux. I've done this to demonstrate that you can open standard out without locking, which can lead to some really bad results if you write into standard out from 2 different threads. The standard streams are attached to PTYs under the PTS weight, so blah, blah, blah. Bruh. In Unix, character special files are files to access IO, right? I kind of want you to get to the point now. Okay. All right, am I going to have to read this from the bottom up? The takeaway from this is that IO streams have similar performance when the same buffering technique is used. We can also say that std out is faster than std because of the use of line buffered versus no buffering. Oh my god. So this is basically the sum of this entire post. Different systems, different terminals, right? Well, we're not writing the cells individually. I mean, we could write everything into an intermediate buffer and then just dump that buffer and flush. We could do that, Questis, but I don't think that's gonna give us any benefits, though, right? Yeah, so in conclusion, it seems like standard out is faster than standard air because the use of line buffered versus no buffering. So if I remember correctly, standard out wraps an 8 kilobyte, is wrapped by an 8 kilobyte buffer, right? We can just look at this, right, by going to standard out here and digging into the source. Re-end unlock, line writer, standard out raw. So we can look at the line writer. Which is a buff writer. So we can look at the buff writer, which has a vec of U8 here. And if we look at the default buff size, I just happen to know this though, that comes from crate.io. Probably in the mod. Oh, for flip's sake, default buff size. All right, I'm reasonably confident that this is 8 kilobytes, right? But where's syscommon then? Yeah, all right. 512 or 8 kilobytes, right? That's it. Oh, but we don't write to standard error quizzes, right? I don't even know how we got into the studer thing, but we're not actually writing to studer, right? Yeah, until Skylar, until you do something like this. And then you go, I wonder if VEC implements partial equality. Well, there's a lot of partial equality implementations down here. Let's just grab one of these. What does the source for this thing look like? Macro, right? Although I found what I needed, but thanks to looking at chat, but still. Yeah, so the same thing is true. If you go and look at things specifically implemented for numerical types, then you can get equally pissed off, right? It's not worse than C++. Well, I never use C++, so, well, for any significant amount of time. So I don't really know, all right, what that one's like. But it looks like this write is where we're spending all our time. And if we do this for the other main function, we're going to run the neo main now. We're going to run this with flame graph. We are still in cell write for the majority of our time here, right? So we're spending all our time in cell write, style write, command Q. So there's no difference. It's just that in one of these, we are probably writing a heinous amount of stuff, right? Yeah. You should. I wrote some C++ on stream because people challenged me and said, write a Rust vector implementation in C++. And obviously, I don't know how. So, no, I threw the code away, but it didn't really work. But there was a lot of interesting concepts. You could push things to it, and that was it, and get things from it, right? Oh, everything is easy when you know how. But it's like saying to someone who doesn't know Rust, no, write it in Rust, man. It's easy, right? A dynamically sized array. No, technically an arena is a different data structure, right? An arena is something where it's an arena allocator, right? You allocate into an arena. Let me not confuse arena with a bump allocator now. An arena allocator, you allocate and then you free everything in one go, right? p.modprog.de. It probably is quizzes, but it has like no value to me. I wouldn't have any value writing a C++ data structure, especially not when I've already kind of written one once just for fun, and I realized that it wasn't that fun. But more importantly, why are we ending up with multiple writes? So we're probably, I guess we should just look at how many changes we have. That is probably the relevant one, right? But that's not entirely accurate, right? So an arena dictates that you don't free the memory until you free all the memory, right? If you look at an arena allocator, we can probably get a better definition than that. Region-based memory management. Maybe I'm confusing that with a bump allocator then. Yeah, I might be confusing that with a bump allocator in that case. Do we have anything about memory, freeing memory out of there? All right, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. I think I confused it with a bump allocator in that case. Okay. Is it the number of changes that are... let's see how many changes that we actually have here, right? And we'll do that here. We didn't even see the changes. I'm looking at the wrong code, aren't I? I am looking at the wrong code. Yep. Okay, so all right, then that's what I thought it was. Many allocations and many deallocations in a single free then. All right, so changes. It's the same code. I think we might be looking at different changes. So that's 6,344. Hello, Excel. How do you do? Yeah, okay. So we're looking at 6,000 changes versus 1 million changes. Yeah, obviously it explains why we're up here then. we blew the frame budget. Did it go all right, Scott? Trying your luck fixing bugs? Good work, Excel. So it's 6,000 versus 1 million. Oh, fiddlesticks. So why do we have so many changes in the old one? That's probably because of our initial insert. Well, we need to drain the changes here. How you doing today, Nightshade? How you doing? See, we're doing buffer changes clear here, like a pleb, right? Wait, is this the same code? No, this is using the other buffer. Okay, excellent. Right, come on, man. All right. So if we do this... Oh, we're looking at the old hat now. Yeah. So we might see... Okay, no changes. Very fast and no changes. Okay. Is this... Am I gonna regret looking at this? Oh, for flip's sake. But I guess like a lot of this stuff is looks a little bit peculiar because you have all these things in there, right? And we got some template code here. My understanding from when I was looking at this stuff was that people don't love templates. People would rather use void star than templates. Oh yeah, and then you have this as well, right? It's C++, Nightshade. Then you end up there. I can see how you would enjoy looking at Rust code over that, right? I totally see that. It's a curse, yes. But why don't we have any changes? That's confusing me. This is calling put cow. Not really, Quistis. You might find some macros and you might find some. Should we look at the equivalent of Rust then? Okay, because we're also invested in this now. Yeah, that's reasonably legible to me, right? Let's have a look at something like the push function, right? Or the pop function. That will do just as fine, right? I think this one is a little bit more legible, right? Than what we just looked at, right? I feel like this is not as legible, right? Yeah, in general, popping open the standard library of Rust is not an issue. It's only when you get into places like this, right? And you try to look at the source for this, you're gonna end up with a lot of macro code. This isn't the worst. This is not the worst at all. There's a lot worse things in here than that. It looked like something with ranges, but ranges to my understanding, ranges in C++ is closer to iterators in Rust. Seems like peaking. I don't understand what that means. But yeah. So it would probably be closer to looking at iterator adapters for a slice, maybe, or something, than anything else, right? I think if we were to look at, can we get like a vector? Is this it, right? Can we get like a vector? No, I don't want to create an account. I want to search. Why is there? Oh yeah, all right, there we go. Right, vec. Maybe pushback, right, would be a. Can we see the source in here? Is this possible to see the source? Maybe it isn't. Vector move operator. Really? I thought that because I saw the range thing, assign range here, which is why I thought that was doing something else. All right, gotcha. Anyway, I think we just move on from there, okay? Before people get their language knickers in a twist. But if you like, I guess like you're a C++ developer, quiz this, right? Would you if you start a new C++ project today, would you use C++23 then? So we clear the changes and then we call buffer put, which will generate a change, right? But for some reason, we're not getting a change here by doing a put car. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. That's brutally honest, right? Depends on the application. Really? Okay. So I never really understood that why people are reluctant to use a new version of C++. Why C++ 11 and 14 seem to be the prevalent versions in use. Like why is that? And I'm guessing it's because of backwards compatibility and the likes, right? Okay, I am confused. Oh, so the cell is already marked as dirty. No, this one is not dirty. Wait, wait, you weren't dirty. What happens? Oh, no, this one says dirty true. Is it because we haven't drawn this yet? Compiler support, really? I did not think that was the issue. Got it. Really interesting. Mr. Element and approval. Okay. Pick the latest compiler supported version, but usually pick and choose the thing that I like from the standard. Fair enough. Wow, I did not think this was a thing, right? I am a spoiled person with my rusty rust, okay? Just use latest version. Hello, fungi. Okay, so the reason we're not seeing any changes is because all of these things have been declared changes, right? So for this to equate, we have to draw these things, okay? And we can just, we can leave that open. Where is the standard out here? So when we draw something, we say that dirty is false. So we're going to draw all of this before we get on with it, right? Where are we doing? Here we go, right? So draw changes. Okay, we got still too many changes, though. Way too many changes. We got 10 times as many changes as we should have. Why did we get that? Because we're doing this. And we're not... And we're not doing what we're supposed to do, right? I guess that's a result of having a stable ABI, which means that anyone can implement a bunch of compilers. And because everyone can implement a bunch of compilers, you end up with people implementing a bunch of compilers, right? So the reason there aren't that many Rust compilers is because of the non-stable ABI and there's no formal specification, right? Which seems like madness, but it's also very convenient. It's a little bit like looking at the package manager's situation in C++, right? There is no official package manager, which means that you have, well, I say package manager, I mean package manager and build tools. There are some build tools that people prefer, but there are a few different build tools in use, right, around C++. So if you're gonna work somewhere using Rust, you're gonna use Cargo 99 out of 10. That's math for you. But if you're gonna work somewhere using C or C++, then you don't know if you're gonna use Ninja or you're gonna use like Makefiles or where is the one? Conan, is that one? Or I don't know all of these things, right? No, I'm talking about build tooling as well. There is a standard. Technically, any compiler doesn't fully support the standard is non-compliant. I'm not sure what has a standard. Hardliner, how you doing, buddy? How you going, mate? How you doing? Man, when I was looking at your project first, the description, Hardliner, I wasn't like, is this like a virtual mouse? Like one of these? And I read through the README a couple of times and I was like, no, this must be like a mouse. But then it's talking about the wheelbase. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm good. I'm good. No, Crispy. We're moving away from that. Thank you for the follow. Good times. Micro mouse. Oh, I see. The thing is, I've been watching YouTube videos about people who make really small computer mice. All right. I'm gonna check the word gaming in there just because, right? Oh, so it's this thing, right? because someone did like it was in the, let me see if I can find that. Hang on, because it's very cool. Where is keeps? There we are. Oh my God. So much stuff. It's cool that people are doing things. Oh, hang on. I'll get there shortly. No, that was something else. Oh my God, we have a lot of conversations. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't in there, right? It was like a DIY build thing. But this is what we're just talking about, right? So is this thing not allowed to touch the wall or? Okay, this one is the one we just saw, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. Not customize. I want to see if I could find that, like world's smallest mouse or whatever. Someone posted it on Discord and now I can't find it. But, oh, it's this one. Like, this is like a super small mouse. And I thought it was something like this first because you're talking about like wheel and stuff. Touching would make it slow, yeah. Gotta go fast and go back. Oh man, I'm with you on that one. Leg day sucks, Quisties. But yeah, you gotta do leg day, otherwise you look like a carrot. I wonder, like, can you, like, what could you use like a sonar for that thing so you can quote unquote see around corners and stuff? Also, it does mapping. Oh, right. Okay, so you got 5 tries so you can do... Oh, really? So would you be able to build it so that the first attempt, it will do the mapping, and then the second attempt, it will shed its skin, so it will just drop all the excessive weight and just be the motor? 20 walks to the store and back. Oh, we built this library. Okay, let me give you guys a demo of what we can do with this thing, right? So let me see if this thing is actually working now. Yeah, it's working. Okay, right. So we're gonna delete all this code now, and then we're just gonna do this. All right. Here's the letter A. So what this actually is a runtime written in Rust, where you can declare your state and your components in Rust code. And then we have this AML, this anathema markup language, where you define your user interface. So this is about building and describing user interfaces in the terminal, right? And you do this in a similar way to how you would use Swift UI or Flutter, right? So we can build things with stacks, okay? So if we take a program like, well, we just looked at this thing from Ratatouille, right? Let's do Ratatouille, stutter, slow. Maybe this will get us the article, right? No. Or was this it, right? Yeah, so this guy had built something called Kmod. So we just grabbed this as an example, right? So you can see this user interface, right? Not yet. Oh yeah, all right, yeah. We have a lot of other things that community has built as well, right? But if we just look at this picture for a second, right? Apparently, this picture leads back to here. So can we just, yeah, copy image link? There we go, right? Can we just look at the image instead, right? I wish you could just stop these things. Okay, but if we look at this thing, we can see the user interface is composed of, in my head, it's 2 rows, okay? So it's a vertical stack with 2 rows. So let's start building this interface now, right? So we have a V stack. Okay. So the first top row is going to be this part, and then the bottom row is just going to have a little bit of text in it, right? So we're going to put the bottom row in there first, right? That's just going to be a border, and it's going to have some text in it. We're just going to put hello world in there, right? Because I don't want to draw out all of that stuff, right? Okay. And then we have like our top section. That's going to be a horizontal stack with two something rather in it, right? So the top section. So we do this top, bottom. Now, if we wanted to, we could make these into... if we wanted to, we could make these into components. So we wouldn't have to keep them like that, right? So we're going to expand the first one, and we're going to expand this one as well. And what expand will do is it will use all available space, right? We're going to set the factor of this one to be a little bit more than the bottom one. So the factor can be 3. We can take up 3, what should we call it, right? And we're going to expand in here as well, just to make sure that we use the entire border like that, right? And then what are we going to put in here then, right? So we're going to have this part here. This is a horizontal stack, right? With 2... items in it, right? So let's put an 8 stack in here. And what's in the first one? The first one contains another vertical stack and another border, right? So the first one is a V stack, and the second one is just a border. All right, we're gonna expand these two as well. Expand that one and expand this one. Bam, right? So you can see the interface coming together as I'm writing this stuff, right? So what do we have on the right-hand side? We just have a bit of text in there, so we can just put a bit of text in here, and it kind of has like a gray color. I mean, I'm not going to bother with the colors, right? A bit of text, right? Right. And then on this side, inside this V stack, what do we have there? We're going to have an H stack with 2 things in it, right? So we'll do that, H stack, and we're going to put the first one's just going to be a border. And we're going to put some text inside the border. What are we going to say this one? It's going to be like a search thing, right? So we're just going to write search in here. Search. And what's the next one? It's going to be kernel release on the next one. So we have 2 of these, right? So kernel release, right? But these are supposed to fill up all available space, right? So let's put an expander over there and do the same. Whoops. Do the same thing there, right? Right, so now we're taking up all the available space, and underneath this thing, we're supposed to have this this other widget, right? So we're not going to expand the H stack as much. We're going to have some. We had like a border down here with some text in it, right? Hello world, right? Okay, and what's the? There we go, right? So now this thing is expanding along both axes, and we don't really want that. So we're going to put an expand in here, and we're going to put an expand around this border as well. Right? So now we're expanding this thing, but we don't really want to expand this guy, right? We're just going to move this in, okay? Then we can't expand these 2, I think. Doing this live is a bit sketchy, isn't it? Right. No, you know what we're going to do? We're going to expand. We're going to expand along the horizontal axis for this guy. Let's see if this works. Right. And we're going to do the same thing here. Right. So I've now built up this entire interface live while I've been talking to you guys, and this, well, actually, this doesn't really look the same as this interface. We're supposed to have one on the right-hand side of that, so I'm missing one thing. Is it? Which one are we missing? We built this thing up. We're missing this module thing, right? Yeah, we have so much more than what I'm showing here, right? And I've just rewritten the backend, which is why we're going to have issues, because we don't have resize implemented just yet, right? I've literally just rewritten the backend for this thing. So let me just restart this thing. There we go, right? So this is supposed to be in one group, right? The search and the kernel thing. That one is a VStack, and then we're gonna have this thing. Yeah, why is this a bit of text not showing up, right? Well, we put an expander on this thing as well, right? And then we're going to put one around this thing as well. Whoops. You wouldn't put everything in one template like this. There we go, right? So now I built up that interface. You wouldn't put all of this in one template. You just break this out into separate templates, right? So for instance, if we wanted this bottom thing here into its own template, we have something called a cursor here, maybe? I don't know. Screen, one, index. I don't know which one can use, right? Let me just look inside here. Let's just make a new one, right? Footer, okay? Footer.aml. And here we can just make, we can just use a unit here. All right, so now we're depending on something called a footer. We can't do, we need to make a new one called footer.aml. So we can now take this thing and move it in here. And then we can use footer here. All right, well, I thought we could. No, I broke this code. Oh, no, that's a prototype. Like that. There you go, right? All right, so now we got the footer in here, so we can work directly on this one, right? Unterminated string, sorry, fixed, right? Yes, we have error handling in there as well, right? So if you generate runtime errors, you can just fix them and the application will just keep running, right? So what this also means is that while you're running your application, right? Let's get out of here. Let's do a split on this thing, hop into here, and we do a cargo build release. Release, ROM. So we're running this application now in another window, right? There's an optimization we gotta do about the cursor move. Again, I'm just rewritten the backend, right? So if we go into a template, we can now make changes here, right? I can say that this thing has a foreground of yellow, if I want to, and now search is in yellow. Kernel release, maybe we want to have a foreground here of red. All right, now that's the whole block is red. We can also say things like foreground, right? We can use hex values for our colors as well, right? So and of course, like we can just add more things here, right? We can have multiple what have you in there. We can also do for loops, right? So for I in, and then either we can pull in some data from Rust, or since I'm doing everything in templates now, we're just gonna do this, right? Right? We can even use this I template in here, right? So we say I is I, right? And there you see that. You can also use the loop counter if you want to. You have access to the loop counter. So you can say if I is equal to 1, then do this. Otherwise, do that, right? All right, so now one of these is green. Let's make it red instead, right? Or we can say if the loop counter is equal to 1, right? There's really a lot you can do. Ignore the flickering cursor. That's only happening because I haven't finished writing the backend and I took out that optimization. We just rewrote the some of the a lot of the code for doing this thing, but it took me no time to build this, right? To write this thing took me no time. And then let's say, for example, that you have this information somewhere in your Rust application. It says Linux Arch, blah, 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 right? So I'm going to stop the application down there because I'm getting a seizure from looking at that, right? So we can say that we have something like Linux here, which is a value of a string, maybe, right? So when we update this thing, we're going to do Linux. This is going to be What is this? Linux. I use Arch, by the way. I don't know, right? Something like that. Okay, so if I run this program now, and I have this Linux name in here, in the template, I can just go in here, and what should we do? Search kernel release. Instead, we're just going to say Linux, right? Bam, that didn't work at all. What did I call that? Wait, are we even using the root state? I gotta make sure we're using the root state and not some other state that I just threw in there. I don't think we are. No, we're not using, we're using selected screen. Okay, undo. All right, whoops. Move that back. There we go. Let me just fix this. Okay, what did we use? We used the, okay, select the screen, right? So let's say Linux. Well, we can just grab the root thing here. There you are, right? We take that away from there. And we're going to move this thing to select the screen. Okay, there we go, right? And then we put it in there. There we go, right? So now, if I were to run this thing, right, now you can see this Linux, I use Arch, by the way. And of course, you can respond to events as well, right? Oh, this is an experiment, okay? This is an experiment in nesting lists with maps with lists with maps in it, okay? Why Arch, though? I mean, don't you use Arch? Oh, no, I'm done with this. I have finished my to-do for today. All right, let's see, where were we? Oh, yeah, so this, let's search up this Linux thing, right? On the selector screen. So we're going to use the parent. So now I could implement things like on key presses for parent. So why don't we do this thing, right? For if let sum c is equal to key dot get car. All right. And then we're going to take our state, which is where this Linux business lives, right? So we have Linux dot to mute. We're going to get mute of access, and then we're going to push the character in there, okay? So now, if I were to run this and I start typing, I am now typing in there. So my key presses are registering and being inserted into this thing, right? And this thing will just update live, right? So let's go back to, actually, let's just run this thing. Let's go back to our template, right? Where we had this Linux business. We can just do this here as well, right? Okay? It's a bit crazy, right? You can do so much with this stuff, right? We have overflows, we have rows, columns. I mean, if you want to know what's available, right? We have a whole guide for this thing, right? With all the elements that you can use here. Text elements, spans. So a span is something that will allow you to configure or to display an element in line, right? So let's say on our first one here, we want to put a span and we want to change the foreground to black and the background to yellow. And what are we going to say here? Oops, right? So now we got this oops thing in there, right? And we absolutely have word wrapping. So if I add a space in there, we can now see word wrapping in action, right? So we have word wrapping, we have word breaking. It's up to you how you want to use this thing, right? Oh my God, thank you so much, Hardliner. I'm so sorry, I completely missed that. I am obviously gonna rebuild the thing that we had here years ago in this. I just have to fix the network part. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hardliner. I really appreciate that. Oh my God. Yes. So, oh yes. I mean, we had one implementation of this, but the network stack was so bad that I threw it all out, right? So what's left to do before we release this thing is we're gonna fix the new backend now and have a canvas widget. So I don't think I have the draw code left. No, I don't. I threw a lot of code away. You have things like mouse events as well. I implemented drag and drop as a fun thing to something. What is anathema? I have no idea what this thing does. It does nothing. Yeah, we should not use that. We should use that though, right? I don't know what this thing is or what it does. It does nothing. Okay, cool. The demo, I don't think this does anything either just yet. No, it doesn't do anything either. And then we have this thing, right? Scammed, right? So I've wrote this program to run I wrote this program to be used when I make videos explaining things, right? So we can run the main file here. And now this thing will just start displaying the main file. So if you're making a video where you want to display something or you want to produce some code that you're talking about, this thing is a lot easier to use than sitting there typing and talking at the same time, right? This is obviously not to deceive anyone, to impress them with your typing skills. It is there so you can focus on what you're saying and not just blurt out large portions of text in half a microsecond on screen, which is not helping anyone follow along with programming videos, right? So anyway, that's what it is, right? But yeah, and this thing was also like a simple throw together thing, right? I know, Londo, I have done this with my keyboard as well. I've written macros with the keyboards just to do that. This, however, would be quite painful to do with the keyboard. But yeah, so this is really useful if you're making videos and stuff. What else do we have? Yeah, I don't know, right? But right. And it's really easy to build and work with these things. So this interface that we had here, this layout, I could set up in like 10 minutes or whatever it took me to do this thing, right? Oh, yeah, I saw that there was a way to load and edit JSON files and upload them to the keyboard. Yeah, it's the keyboard. I'll do a keyboard flex. There you go. Thank you, Londo. It looks like this. All right. And it's kind of like you got the Moonlander already, Hardliner, and the Ergodox. So I think this would probably not add much value to you, but the Moonlander was painful for my pinky. And this thing has a lot nicer thumb cluster than the Moonlander for my hands. It's obviously everyone's different, right? Are you liking it, Londo? Do you like the switches? Are you streaming tonight, Londo, by the way? Yeah. So, yeah. And then speaking of, let me show you guys what people have done. Right? I can show you one screenshot that I really like. This. All right. The Jin theme made with anathema. This looks so cool. And it would be a little bit silly of me to not show their... oh, here's another thing. Let me open this. Here's another thing that people have made. This is pretty cool. We have more. But wait, there is more. Where is there more? All right, here's another one. This is a markdown reader. On the left is anathema. On the right is that thing with bubble tea. And then another one of my favorites might be in here somewhere. There's so many posts in this thing now. I should really download and link to these things, shouldn't I? Oh yeah, here we go. Here's one of my personal favorites. This is just so cool. Look at this thing. Isn't this just delightful? Isn't this just delightful? I love this so much. I think it's so cool. And when I started to see what people were making with this stuff, I realized how crap I am and that you can actually have design skills in the terminal. So yes, it's really, really fun to see this stuff, right? But yeah, there we are, right? There we are. Let's see what's going on here. Nope. Your crap so other people can be good. I am quoting that. That is delightful, and you're wonderful for saying that. That's funny. Oops. I'm butchering your name here somehow. Sounds fair. Yeah. So really, this is what I'm working on, and this is what we're doing, right? Oh man, Hardliner, there must be quotes from you since like forever. Whoops. If I could just do a rip grab, please. Yes, there are at least 4 quotes by you in there. And it's one of the earlier ones-ish, right? If we look at the quotes file, this thing is 1400. So it's halfway into the quotes file, right? An ASCII portal? I don't even know what that is. Doom first. Wait, you're here, Hardliner. This I think is really good, Hardliner. This is a really good quote. Being in the industry for a long time means nothing. It's like doing low-level quests in a game until you're level 100. I did almost a take on this thing as a YouTube short saying, having done something for a long time doesn't mean you're good. It means you're old. Who doesn't, Hardliner? I'm gonna have to go and cut the beard soon, though, right? Because it's kind of a bit terrible. This is ASCII port. Oh man, you are well sussed today. Do I dare to? Oh no, that's you're not wrong. It was an actual video. I mean, I'm not a trusting person when it comes to you. Sorry, sorry. Wrong button. There we go. Right, is there going to be sound in this thing? You'd definitely be able to do this once we have the canvas widget. And you'd be able to have... So we could replicate this stuff. Oh wow, that was cool. Yeah, you'd have to use the canvas for this. This is cool though. Oh, that's actually ASCII portal. That was very cool. Okay, so the next thing to do before my neck cramps up again is to get the flickering of the cursor away. So why is that happening? Nobody asked. Well, I'll show you anyway. It's because we just move the cursor. We have an optimization where we don't move the cursor if we don't have to, which is what we're going to do, right? Oh god, just handling the colors in end cursors is such a terrible experience because you always have to work in pairs. All right. Let's have a look in the keyboards channel. Where's the keyboards channel? There we go. What am I looking at here? You've broken your kinesis? Oh, oh no, wait. It's okay. You got the kinesis just in the picture. So you've built a new keyboard now. Very nice. Very nice. It looks cool. Is this the nylon build? Did the music just die? I think so. All right. Putting switches in, nice. Yeah, all right. We lost the audio here. Let's see if this thing is broken or not. Yeah, we'll swap. Okay. Yeah, so we have this optimization that has to be done for the cursor. Right now, we're always moving the cursor. So if I draw characters all over the screen, we're going to see a crazy amount of flickering, right? So what we could do to observe this is we can take the selector screen and we can have a width here, okay? Which can be a value of a U32 and a height as well. And then we're going to set the width to 0 and the height to 0. Going to convert this into the particulars that we need for this thing. And now on every tick, we are annoyingly going to change these things, right? So let's bring in a bunch of methods from here by doing that. And we're going to ignore blur and focus and mouse. We're going to grab tick. So you can pass messages to components. You can send messages outside of the runtime to components. If you're running like Tokyo or doing some networking, you can send messages into the runtime through there. You just emit a message to a component and you're done, right? And you can share and clone the emitter as you see fit. It works with sync and async. You can communicate backwards from children by associating events from parents. And yeah, there's a lot you can do with this stuff. You should be able to do and express most things with this. Okay, so on tick, we're going to do something. We're going to take the context.viewport.size. I think that's a thing as a function. And that's going to be the size. So we're going to self, no, we're going to state.width. .set size .height. No, why would we set the height? .width, right? And let's just change the width to height. Now we're using a different. There's no width on input state. Didn't I just add that? Oh no, hang on. I'm on the wrong component. Shh. No one saw this. All right, let's get out of here. And let's slap it in here instead, right? All right. But we have U32 when, in fact, we want usize. So we're going to just change this to usize instead. All right. Keeping it simple. So if I run this thing now, it is now constantly updating the size, which has no impact on us whatsoever, right? But we can go to the template, delete everything, put a VStack in there, and say for Y in height. And then we're going to put an H stack in there and say for X in width. And then we're just going to put text X there, right? Okay, that did not work at all, even a little bit. I have no idea why. Text height. It's 25. Oh, right. No. What did I think? This doesn't work. We don't have ranges in there, right? It would have been cool if we had ranges, so I might add that at some point, right? that I just made some complete malarkey up here, right? So let's not do that. Let's create a collection for all this stuff. This is going to be very slow. We're doing this thing on purpose now, right? We're just going to store a list of view size in there instead, right? To make it extra stupid. And here we're going to do... we'll do this once on a key press instead because it's too dumb to do it in any other way. So let's get rid of all this stuff now. We don't really need that. And then here we're gonna do state dot with dot push. We could do push 0. That should work. If we do push back, you can push back and you can push front. These are vector cues, right? So you can push in either way, right? So we say for I in 0 to size dot height or width, and then we just push 0 in there. It doesn't really matter what number we use, right? We're not going to use the number anyway, right? And then we change this to height. Okay, this is a very, very terrible thing what I'm doing here, but you know, it's more fun this way, isn't it? So we do this thing, bam, there we go, right? Okay, for some reason, we're not seeing the cursor flip around like I thought it would do. So let's set the background to red. Sorry about this. Foreground to black. Apparently still nothing. Let's cargo run this thing in release mode as well. We still don't see the cursor hop around. How silly. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I thought we were going to see the cursor go crazy about this whole thing, but it did not. Again, it all comes down to this thing. We're just going to optimize the cursor position, right? No, it was not fixed. It's a very unoptimized cursor position, right? But this thing is almost ready to be used now, right? It was a lot less broken earlier today, but now we have allegedly a faster backend to work with. We used to have a double buffer that we diffed. Now we have a single buffer with changes, and then no, don't do that. And then we diff the changes, right? So we have fewer changes than we have things in the buffer, right? So instead of walking the entire buffer, comparing it to another buffer, we're just looking at the changes from last frame to the current frame, and then, you know, that's good, Hardliner, right? I'm still waiting for those Mario streams though, right? They don't seem to come back. So we don't do this anymore though. So that's the next thing I have to do is optimize this thing. Then we are going to kind of like a virtual DOM. Some of the first incarnations of Anathema sort of had like a virtual DOM. We had a display tree that we diffed with another display tree. But yeah, I don't mind. I like the shitty Mario streams on an emulator, right? I thought that was really fun, right? You broke your camera. Oh man, you gotta get yourself a camera. I miss Hardliner streams. I like Hardliner streams and Tempora streams is when I get to sort of sit down and work on things while other people stream, and it's like a chill atmosphere. So I like that. But yeah, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna fix this thing, and then once this is done, we can now implement this thing for the canvas widget. So the canvas widget can be fast. Now, I don't know if this thing still exists and how this is gonna behave now. This thing might completely flip out. Okay, not there. Hang on to your sockets. Why am I seeing a lot of results that is not for this channel? Is this just Discord being bad? Okay, here we go. No, it was me being bad. Now, okay, so I think it was Doddy made one of those like cool matrix effect in the terminal, and I think that would go absolutely bananas with this new setup and not look good at all. You should start again, Harley. Only if you want to, right? I know you had a bit of a roller coaster with, you know, keyboards and moving jobs and all sorts of things, right? But hopefully things have like calmed down and you're up for a bit of a Mario streaming again, right? It'd be cool. I mean, I gotta bookmark some of this like anathema stuff as well, right? But yeah. So there's a lot we can do. It's very easy to express interfaces. I'm very happy with this thing. And more importantly, if someone writes up, there you go. Thank you, Doddy. Right, I think Doddy, this is gonna go crazy now. Okay. As in, I think this is not going to work, and it's not on you, all right? So what I'm about to show you guys is possibly going to fail miserably because I've trashed the back end, okay? Let's see what this thing does. Okay, let's make this thing a little bit wider now. So I'm just going to grab 122 by 52 there, right? For, I think that's the width, right? Okay, actually, this is not showing too many things going awry. This is working surprisingly well. Oddly, surprisingly well with the canvas. We're going to set the runtime to 120 frames per second, just because that can't even be shown over Twitch now, right? But just because we can, right? So this probably looks quite funny for you guys. It's probably going to completely destroy the video with the encoder and everything, but it's good work, Dottie. It still works. I didn't think it would. Yeah, I should definitely gather up some nice screenshots from everyone and what everyone has built. It's really cool to see things come together. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, that might actually make sense. Rather than... Okay, let's see what happens if we do a cargo... Let's cat the toml file. Yeah, cargo add this anathema. Okay. Yeah, let's try this now and see what a catastrophe this will be. Okay, it doesn't even compile. All right, well that's easy enough to fix. It just needs to state here. Okay, that just works. That's crazy, but okay. Thank you. There's a better GIF. Oh, do you guys... Yes, you have the Markdown viewer. If you guys want to, please feel free to post in the screenshots and projects. And let me know if you don't want me to include any of your screenshots and stuff in the README, right? Yeah, accidentally fixed it, right? That look good on your screen as well. I think I can destroy that for you by... all right, let's do 240 then, right? I don't think this is going to happen. Well, I have no idea what's going to happen here. No, it's going to skip frames. That's what's happening, right? Oh, for flip's sake. Thank you so much, Hardliner. Thank you so much, Hardliner. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you. You can show whatever in my project. I was trying to get... Yeah. Please post them in Discord, Vairu. I'm really happy about it, right? Thank you so much, Hardliner. That's very kind of you. Thank you. We'll hopefully see some Mario gaming, right? Is there already? Oh yeah, no, I saw one. I saw the Markdown thing. I thought you had like another project. Sorry, I misread what you said. So yeah, we're gonna fix this thing. Then I think the release is going according to plan. We have that's done by Skylar, and then this one is a feature request. Before this, we're gonna have the screenshots. the set focus function and document external get. And then we should be releasing this thing on crates.io, and hopefully we can do the jam. I'd love to see that, hardliner. I'd love to see that. So this, you don't have to use the dev branch, but I would recommend that people use the dev branch. From here, you can find the guide, the getting started guide. Some things aren't documented yet, like external get, but that sounds even better. The stupider, the better. So if you wanna work or tinker with anathema, just jump into our Discord. We have an anathema alpha channel where you can get help and emotional support from everyone there. So that's pretty good. We have a jam coming up. We haven't set the date yet for it. We're gonna get through these things first, but we're gonna randomly pick a theme and we're gonna do a jam over a weekend. And then I'll be streaming my contribution, and then we just do a vote on this thing. We just do a vote on this thing, and just run everyone's projects, right? I'll run them on VPS as I did last time in case someone tries to do something dodgy. Well, I haven't pushed the last changes though in the coding. Dev is actually reasonably sane to use, so totes my butts. It's good, right? Okay, I have to go and be social. I have visitors now, and so I'm gonna have to raid away with someone. Who should we raid? You know what? Wait, no. I was gonna raid Prime for once. I'm gonna say hello in his chat just because he never says hello to me. Still doesn't say hello to me. Damn it. Damn it. I think it did. Nah, I'm going to assume that wasn't to me. All right, but he's gaming, so we're going to raid someone else. We're going to raid Cakes then, who's not gaming. He is calling a baby. Okay, you know, I don't think I'm going to unpack that. Do you guys want to raid Prime? I think we'll raid some software game dev instead. We can raid Prime next time he does some software game dev stuff, right? I don't generally raid people who game, except Hardliner. That guy's an asshole. All right, I'll see you guys, preferably, hopefully, possibly tomorrow. Bye for now.